Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Magic the Gathering Arena. Today is Wednesday, February 5th, and let's see, what do we need to reroll? Probably this, because we almost have that completely done anyways. We're at 41,175 gold, which I would generally kind of want to stay above 50 before thinking about doing another rank draft. But that being said, it kind of behooves me to do these rank drafts early when there's a new expansion, and then in a month and a half, in 2 months, when we are working our way towards the next expansion, towards saving up for the next expansion, then start to slow down on the rank drafts. Here we opened a pack and we got 2 new cards, but I believe that was a Ravnica pack, so I'm surprised, frankly, that I didn't get more copies. And the fact that I'm getting common wild cards probably means that I've gotten close to having all of the cards that I could possibly have in this expansion anyways, as far as common cards. I mean, suppose instead of speculating about that, we could just go over here. Here's all the cards that I got new. I may have gotten a few others because of rewards. There's kind of a problem with the way you get cards. You get them so often that that it is basically a system of, yeah, I have all of the common cards collected, but not all of the common cards in 4 copies. Definitely that's the case, but probably doesn't matter either. Suppose it would be an interesting thing to see how many uncommon cards we are missing. None. I think I spent all the wild cards to make sure that this was the case, and it's not until you get to like the rare cards that you start to see, oh yeah, there's quite a bit of rare cards that I still don't have. And if you go to the mythic rare level, the number is actually quite fewer, because it seems like to me the split between a mythic rare and a rare has a lot more to do with them specifically picking some cards that would be rare and just elevating them artificially instead of taking the best of the best cards. Black or red spells is really the only thing we need to focus on, and ideally we want to get up to a higher bronze tier. They're still promoting the Twitch reward pack, Twitch Prime reward pack, which is, I suppose, nice for new players, but would be a little bit nicer if every month or every other month or something we got some kind of reward for being a Twitch Prime member. It really wouldn't be too hard to give out packs or something like that. By the way, I have enabled the overlay, so when we finally do decide to jump into playing this, playing a game, which will be a while since we started the draft here, we will at that point be suited to you'll actually be able to see the deck overlay. Although I'm not particularly going to have it on for myself, so, and the opacity might be a little low, so it'll be see-through. At the beginning of your combat turn, if you control another creature with a power of 4 or greater, put a +1/+1 counter on this beetle. I like that idea. And the only other 3/5 here would be this. This costs 2 mana and it's a 3/5. This costs 3 mana, it's a 3/5. So we also now know that the draft helper is telling me quality. enchanted creature gets -3, -3. One of the weird things I've been doing lately, and is not really video game related, is I've been watching this YouTube channel that is explaining the lore of Dungeons and Dragons, and I'm actually quite shocked that there is lore to Dungeons and Dragons. I know in an individual campaign you have somebody writing a story, but it seems like there's more of an overarching story. Apparently some books somewhere have been written. That's a pretty expensive card. That's a 1.3. I should take this one. And that would be a blue and black. Like, I'm trying not to really rare draft this time. We've done enough of that. And so I very well may take this. But I should probably take this. This is just draw a card for 2. Be a pretty simplistic card. So it'd probably work pretty well. Yeah, I don't know if I have it in my ability to turn away a rare card. And I guess this is where the this is in particular where the trick gets played, that while you're drafting you may just get greedy and take a card for your collection instead of taking a card that would help you in the current game. Let's see. This is a 1.3. This is a 1.3. So do I want a black card? Or do I want a green card? Take a green card. Right. This is probably the one I'm gonna take. Like, I'm kind of not rare drafting. What I'm doing instead is I'm taking things that I don't have 4 copies of, which is kind of like rare drafting, but it is with at least partial consideration. So we're going for more green cards. Let's see. This would be another Devourer of Memory. Or do I want to destroy a target creature with flying, which is a pretty bad card. And let's see. Yeah. I'm only missing one here and one here. So I'm going to take that. I'm only missing one here and one here. So I'm going to take that. And I'm only missing this card, so I'm going to take that. And I'm only missing this card, so I'm going to take that. And I'm only missing this card, so I'm going to take that. And then I already have 4 copies of it, but I have to take it anyways. Okay. Here we have a card that is a 4.0, and I don't have any copies of it at all, so obviously this is the one to take. And then here we have a card that we have only 1 copy of, and it's a 3.0 in whatever number, although it says this is a 3.5. I still am somewhat rare drafting here, obviously. I until you just have everything, you can't get around it. Which Josh, who was talking to me in the last stream, saying he had $200 a month he was going to spend on paper Magic cards. I'm like, oh man. there's a decent chance spending $200 would get you somewhere close to 70 or 80% of all of Theros Beyond Death's expansion. Oh yeah, and by the way, there is a magic YouTuber who refuses to say the word death, which, you know, maybe it does demonetize a video if you say it in the first 5 minutes and all that BS, but I'm not monetized at the moment anyways because of them changing the rules, so I'll just be accurate and say the name. 2.3 versus a 2.0. I'm missing one copy of this, or get one of those. Missing a copy here and 3 copies of this. Missing one copy here. And I only have one copy of this, so I'll take that. I'm in a kind of awkward mood right now. It's like I've been definitely struggling with insomnia, which is pretty typical, but it leads to a case in a situation where I don't really have a lot of energy to do things, even if I want to accomplish things, and so I need to, for instance, organize, and I'm not particularly very good at organizing all of the Legos I have, and at this point I'm like, oh, I'd almost want to get rid of them, except for I know that there are way too many of them to just give away, and they're way too valuable. This is a 4.0, so it would be extremely foolish not to take this. Also, I have only one copy. So, yeah. So I'm feeling a little bit frustrated with being overwhelmed with having too much, which is a boohoo thing to complain about, most definitely, as most people suffer from the exact opposite problem of not having enough of anything. The things that they want, things that they need. But I always want to try to avoid falling into potentially becoming like a hoarder and just getting overwhelmed by my far too many possessions. Let's see. I could take this. It's a 2.0. I'm missing a copy, but it would make a lot more sense to take that. Let's see. I kind of wonder if... I don't know if I'm actually playing a green or a white deck here at this point. I kind of wonder if these drafts and these booster packs are adjusting their drop rates based on the fact that I already have so many cards, or what, or if they're not doing something like that. I'll take this, and then I have 2 of these. I have 3 of these, and I have 3 of these. So I'll take that. I'll take this, I think, yeah. And then we have 2 of these and 3 of these. I kind of feel like I could possibly get into a deck rebuild, but then you run into the same problem of, like, I really don't have enough time in a stream ever to do a deck rebuild and a draft. It's just too time consuming. So last turn, I picked this card, and it said I had 3 of 4. Now it says I have 4 of 4, so it is keeping a running count of all the cards I have. Alright. So we mostly still focused on the idea of rare drafting. And we're gonna play like a 3 card color combination, I think, leaving all of these black cards to just potentially being used in a future black deck. Alright. So that means we should get rid of all of this to start with, and then that puts us with 2 black cards still, 12 white cards, 10 blue cards, and 6 red cards and green cards. So let's get rid of the red cards. And then we need to find the black cards, which is these 2. Get rid of that one, get rid of that one. So at that level, now we are down to just white, blue, and green cards, and 1 colorless. Let's look at the cards we have. This draws cards, that's not going to be a problem. It says this taps a target creature for a while, and it has an escape. Equals your devotion to white. Exiles a target creature. Get rid of some cards. Let's see. +1 buffs. Life into the graveyard. It's probably not a great card there. Let's see. I kind of feel like the last time we did a level one of these, we also kind of ran into an issue where there was just a lot of lacking in land, so I might want to just pump up the land. Let's see. Draws a card, then destroys all creature. That's an interesting board clear. There's a counter spell. Devotion to green. Devotion to white. Super powerful green. Yeah, this is 17 lands. Let's see. Power equals your devotion to green. This is probably too powerful a card to use. This is a pretty basic card, so let's get rid of that. This would just put a bunch of things in the graveyard. I don't think we need to do that. Well, escape might make sense. Some of these other things. Here's an interesting, very expensive counter. Draw 3 cards. And unless one's an enchantment. Card advantage does mean something. This is kind of just a basic card, so we probably could get rid of that. And we'll get rid of that. And then that puts us at 40. And I think that's pretty much as good as it's going to get. So let's see if we can really do something with this deck and maybe get some wins. So you should be, by all guesses are, seeing the overlay at this point, and I had to make it a lot bit see-through. It's like 60% opacity, just so that things over on the left could still be seen. And it turns out the reason why I was having trouble getting it to work the last stream was simply because I did not have it enabled. So of course it wasn't going to work. And let's see. So for the accountability section, I started playing Snake Pass, and I am not really having a great time with it. It only has about 15 levels unless there's some DLC that was added later. Snake Pass seems like it has no real story. There's an antagonist that's being teased that you're probably going to fight once at the very end, and then that is going to very possibly be the end of the entirety of the game. There's a bird that talks to you, but it's not voiced. Snake Pass looks like a kid's game. Looks like it's a snake controlling simulator type game, but in actuality, I would say it is more of an adult game where it sort of tries to simulate controlling a snake, but in reality it kind of just gives you a rather awful control mechanic. By default, you're playing on default controls, which are super difficult, and I ran into a difficulty spike that nearly made me rage quit, and definitely has put me in a position where I am ready to rage quit as soon as I just run out of luck, which is the only thing saving me right now, is that every 30-minute episode so far I've run into, I've gotten lucky and it has allowed me to move forward. There's 3 kinds of collectibles in every level. The levels are really small, which I think is probably a smart move compared to like Ukulele, which were really big levels. Let's see. Well, this would destroy everything, but I don't have enough things on the field for it to work. So you have these really small islands where you control a snake. I would highly recommend going to you basically have to play with the controller. I'd go to the settings and set it to easy controls, and it is pretty significantly easy, but you're still probably going to run into some difficulty spikes. The 3 collectibles in each level are 3 gate keys that you always have to collect to leave, as far as I can tell. Either they're automatically collected, or you, in maybe the arcade mode, which seems to be the only thing that was added later. Guess I should go ahead and attack here. But the arcade mode, you just run around as a snake and kind of have a time counting down to collect fruit and eat fruit for points. So it's kind of like Pac-Man. It's not even very much like Snake, which would be the last Snake game of mention. Your tail does not grow longer, or anything else, anything like that, when you collect or eat things. You're getting these power-ups, seems like every 4 or 5 levels, you're getting something that's being handed to you, but the game is not telling you at all what that thing is, and it doesn't seem like it is actually a power-up or adding anything. If it's adding something, it's adding something so insignificant you can't recognize it. Very often you will just fall off an ledge, and very often they will want you to hang from a bamboo rod into the void and then crawl over that section to get back to where you're supposed to be. Let's see. And I could exile cards, sure, why not? Would require exiling 4 other cards to make sure this is tilted and tapped. So there's no story there. It's in a weird way just slightly better than an asset flip game. It certainly looks like most of what you're looking at was probably bought at the Unity store. They did spend some effort programming the snake mechanics and the snake controls, but they definitely did not fix it in such a way that those mechanics and controls are good and enjoyable. Let's see. One, two, three, four. It's kind of a weird animation for when cards get exiled. Just gonna do no attack here. Without any regular white mana, I can't play any of these cards, which is the problem of playing 3-color decks, particularly in Commander. Would there have been some way to get around that? How many cards does this guy have left? 16. It would be quite the struggle to get this to work. I would have had to put a lot more cards in my graveyard. Let's see. Let's see. Exile target creature controller. Let's see. So he just countered the one card I needed. And I'm gonna lose in like 3 turns. Oh, but I can bring it back. If I could play this next turn. I don't know if that's gonna help me any. Hmm. 15 cards. Had I gotten a 1 mana card, So I may be devastating his hand, but short of getting a white land, of which there seems to be very few, there's kind of nothing I can do here. I'd have to play this 3 times. See, all I've managed to do let's see. Try to block that, I suppose. Yeah, all I managed to do is to get this back into our hand. Drawing these cards, playing a bunch of these might have helped. Okay. This doesn't have reach. I can't play this. I could play this. Let's see if we can do this. I can put this on the field. But I don't have enough mana to play this again, and I would need to have killed something anyways. So yeah, still not really doing any better, and I sorta wasn't rare drafting this time. It is, I suppose, worth it to remember that every time I spend 5,000, I am effectively spending like $6 worth of the equivalent of real world money. Every time I spend 5,000 gold. So $6 to open 3 booster packs. It's a little expensive if you look at it from like a microtransaction type appeal. It's not terrible when you consider how much you get, but it's not great either. Fingers crossed we get a bunch of successes. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to say about Snake Pass. I also still need to struggle to get things uploaded, because that's not going as smoothly as I'd like it to go. And that's about it. My server is seemingly going to work, although it's going to take its sweet time to fix all the errors on it. It seems like it's going to fix itself after installing basically the beta version of the software, of the ZFS, the newest version of ZFS for Debian, which very arguably isn't the newest version of ZFS at all, but reach spell. Put this on the field. Spells your opponents and now costs 1 more. Its power is equal to your devotion to blue. Alright. Play this. This guy can't be blocked. Darn it. Okay. This guy has reach. So I could tap him. Or I could do this. Alright, let's do this. And then attack here. Although, it probably would have been better not to attack, come to think of it, because then I could have cast this as an instance and countered this. Unless he was willing to pay 4 mana. So he's just playing that to untap that creature. That sucks. I've left myself open for a lot of damage. Okay. Play this. And then can we play this and this? I think so. Next, no attack. In turn. And now I play this. Which, that should have meant I could counter that guy. But apparently it doesn't mean that. This is an ability. I can just put this on the field because this is a creature also. Thought this was a spell. But now I recognize it isn't. Whenever another creature you control attacks, it gains +1 until the end of the turn. So do I want to defend or do I want to, like, actually I just want to attack, don't I? Because I'll defend with this. So I suppose we should just probably start to cover the news and then move forward. I'm probably going to fall asleep right after this stream. And then wake up at some point in the evening and do more Snake Pass. It did occur to me that maybe I should do the second, if I was going to do 2 drafts every week. I don't know if I can, if the data quest would really allow for that. But if I was going to do that, why is this guy has flying all of a sudden? Didn't see that one coming. Okay. Next. All attack. I'm gonna lose next turn if I don't do something, so we'll do this. Don't control a character 4 or greater, so I don't draw a card. He's got 2 cards, I've got 1 escape card, and that's about all. kind of need this guy not to attack. And if I had like a pure aggro spell, there would be something I could do here. And there's no bringing these out of the... Yeah, there's no bringing those out of the graveyard anyways. Yeah, it did occur to me maybe I should do the drafts on Friday and see if that would get me more views on Friday. But I think it probably wouldn't. It would just be kind of a waste to do it on Fridays. And frankly, Fridays are always relatively slow. Well, I guess if Fridays are typically slow, doing a draft on Friday actually would make some sense, wouldn't it? The other big thing, as I'm looking at the scheduling, is I think for a while after the second Halloween, I'm just gonna straight up only have one thing airing on my channel. Much to my surprise, the Lego series that, like, I according to the YouTube algorithm, I've clearly been labeled as just a person who plays Lego games and kind of nothing else but Lego games. And so, while I'm not getting, in the first few hours, really any views on the Lego episodes, a day later I am getting like 40 or 50 views. So there is something to that. But with the whole Copa thing, and not wanting to really cover kids' games and potentially be labeled as a targeted towards children content, it's kind of ridiculous to try and double down and play more Lego games. Plus there's barely any more left to play. I'm not swearing off that I'll never cover another video game, Lego game, like I have covered the others, but I also don't want that to be my only thing I'm doing. That really has nothing to do with the fact that I'm just dropped the ball, and I've been ignoring the fact that I've dropped the ball for a long time now, and I've just not been playing enough games to have 2 or 3, or at some points I was having 4, kind of even 5 different I was having 4 or 5 different things airing on a daily basis, which very possibly was hurting my YouTube channel more than it was helping. So dropping down to just one thing daily might be helpful. Let's see. This says it would return it to the battlefield under the owner's control. My fear if I was to exile that, it would end up on this side. And that's not what I want to have happen. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna just have it on the weekdays every Monday through Friday, one thing airing. No attempts to do anything with the might as well do this. It's stupid, but our cards are just so bad. Oh, so that did nothing other than give it summoning sickness. I didn't realize it exiled it and brought it back in the same movement and same turn. And this guy can do 2 damage to me. This is an instant, so I could have it disappear if something tried to block, but that's about all I can do with it. If I was still being super energetic, let's just be honest here with my YouTube channel, I've been doing this for 5+ years. I had hoped that I would have been a lot more successful at this point. The first 1,000 subscribers is the hardest from what I hear, but also it just seems like it is practically impossible for video game streamers, particularly video game reviewers, to get a foothold in YouTube's algorithm. And people who started about 5 years ago or later just weren't in early enough to succeed. And certainly some of it is probably just me too, like not the movement me too, but myself also. I just may not have enough of a mass appeal to even get 1,000 subscribers, which it's really hard to stick with this and try to be upbeat when it has been almost 100% failure. Let's see. And there seems to be no way to really improve my channel and do anything different, really. It's just continue and hope to get lucky, or continue at a more reasonable pace, because I was pushing myself very hard. Like, my channel really doesn't need to move as fast and as hard as it was, but I am also kind of dangerously close to just at some point going, well, I dropped a ball, so there's nothing going to come out on my channel for a month or for any specific amount of time. That certainly could be a thing that happens also. Let's see. That was dumb. That sucked. So, yeah, but on the other hand, going down to one thing is an effort to get further ahead again. And when October comes back around, I'll probably have 3 or 4 different games being covered at that point. I still have plenty of games that I want to play, even though I have been having kind of a depressing run of bad luck with a lot of the games. I've been playing a lot of 3D platformers, and it feels like it's sort of obvious now why 3D platformers are not in high regard these days. Is because let's see. Let me ask this question. If I exile this guy, then does it destroy that? Yes, it does. So it can destroy things in that pattern. I could sacrifice this and draw 3 cards, or I could just attack here. Let's see. Yeah, this one attacking kind of doesn't matter. But yeah, I think that's what we're gonna pretty much do, is just have some downtime, and hopefully I'll at some point be able to get a second wind. Not sure how that's gonna happen, but I'm kind of hoping it will. And here on our last game of this draft, it's gonna be just 3 losses, almost certainly. For each spell and ability your opponent controls, which I have to pay 4 mana. Okay. This still has Death Touch and now it has Hexproof. So all I could really do is attack. Alright, well, let's start covering the news since there isn't really anything else to say. We have a game here on Steam called Pixel Dominance. And yeah, I kind of get the feeling that probably a lot of people don't care about the games that come out on Steam either, as kind of a bit of the news. This is $3.39 discounted. It's English, Chinese, and Russian, which is highly suspicious. But if I didn't cover the games that came out on Steam, then there'd be just a lot of other things. So I played that and it didn't counter anything. So he's just gonna do this every turn. Get 2 health. The only hope I could have is to make him run out of cards. Let's see. Double strike for this guy. Which, you know what, I'm just gonna attack on that. And I'm gonna see what happens there. Alright. So they got rid of 1. There definitely would be weeks, if not entire, like, week and a half sections where there was little to no news if I didn't cover the games that came out on Steam. And understanding or trying to understand the state of the market, at least the Steam market for PC gaming, which is basically the market I'm concerned with, is something that feels important to me. Like, in the same way that I think a lot of mainstream video game journalists probably should walk through a GameStop once a week or a Walmart and ensure that, let's see, I don't know if this is gonna do anything. guess I have to do this. And then I'm just going to respond by attacking with everything else. He can only kill one thing, right? He can only kill one thing with the death touch. This will kill this. Let's see. Switch that around. Alright, escape. And escaping in this instance is very helpful. Put that back on the field. Let's see. We have a game on Steam here called 2 Weeks in Painland, which is tagged nudity and sexual content, although the screenshots don't really seem to be too focused on that. This seems like it's kind of a mini game slash almost visual novel, but not really. Let's see. Seems slightly interesting, although it's very possibly a game that I really couldn't play. It's English and Spanish. Let's see. Violence and general mature content, it says it has. I'm gonna put this on the follow list and see if it gets a good reception or not. Let's see. Do I have an enchantment card to get rid of? No. So we then discard that. And we discard this. And we go ahead and decide to attack with everything. Although my odds of winning are higher, frankly, if I was to my odds of winning would be higher if I was to just try and get him to discard 4 cards. But whatever. Let's see. This. Get rid of those. How many cards do I have? 7? Yes, 6. Okay. This is gonna be a little crazy, but by the looks of it, if I attack with everything here, I should be able to kill a lot of things. Destroy all creatures. Do I want to do that right now? I think I do. We'll see if this dies. This is an enchantment though, so both of these really help. And then I can put this back on the field and hope. Go ahead and get rid of that card. So I'm just kind of hoping his last few cards are not strong enough for him to do anything, although he's got quite the graveyard to pick through. be surprised if I can actually survive this. If I drew the one card, I need like the heart of the cards here to draw the one card that very possibly I don't even have. Let's see. I don't think I've seen that card, but it's possible. It just got ridden of. Yeah, this card here, Sweet Oblivion. If I have another Sweet Oblivion and could play that, I could probably win. But since I can't, best case I can do here is try and counter something and then scry. Yeah, I have one more turn. One more turn to maybe, hopefully win. And that did not help. Well, this draft has gone horribly. And undoubtedly, like, I don't even know what the good cards are, so the only real question I guess to ask here would be, is there possibly a way that this would move me up in the tier ranking? I think the answer is no. So, a pathetic 0 wins and 50 gems. And 2 more packs. Which the packs are nice and all, but that certainly isn't a great rate of return for having spent all that time and the equivalent of real world money. This is new. Nice. These are all the same, and there we got a rare wild card. We got actually 2 of them. So, but I honestly don't know if that's the real reason. Like, and here's all the new cards we got from the draft, I suppose, since the last time we were in here. And it did inspire me a little bit. That's the one thing I can say is I feel a little bit inspired to now try and make a Sweet Oblivion focused deck. That's a decent amount of cards. It's nothing to scoff at. Even though it went horribly, I still ended up with cards. I guess maybe that is also part of the beauty of having just a, like, I don't even know if I want to make this. I think I probably just want to make a new deck. Blue. And then, let's see, Theros, and then we're gonna just type in the word card. There we go. Sweet Oblivions. How much would it cost to craft another one of these? Not that much, so I'll go ahead and make a 4th of this. And then take a bunch of those and craft another one of this. I'm actually doing some deck building here. This isn't just trying to test out cards. There we go. +3. Swimmer and Nightmares. Enchantment creature or enchantment permanent. Let's see. Counter target spell or draw. That's slightly interesting. Let's see. Not trying to draw cards. Interesting concept. Can I craft one more of these? I'm gonna run out of wild cards if I'm not careful. A blue-black deck. Looks at the top 3 cards of your library and separates it into 2 piles. I don't like that idea. This is that card Uro. I don't think we'll be playing that there. Okay. I'm gonna go over here now and look at some other things that have cards in the name. And I don't see anything. Discard. So then the next thing I guess we want to look here is look at cards in black, since we're doing a black. Let's see. Exile 5 other cards from your graveyard. 3 cards from your graveyard. Let's see. I'm looking here to see if there's anything else we can play. A couple of those might not be bad. Get rid of some cards. Black cards. Whenever an opponent draws a card under one Deals 1 damage to him. Black cards are more about putting your own cards in the graveyard, I would imagine, than they are about exiling or getting your opponent to run out of cards. Creature cards in the graveyard can't enter the battlefield, and they can't cast spells from the battlefield. At that point, that means that would be a white card too. Not sure if this is gonna work or not. Okay. So this is gonna be standard. It's got 53 cards in it so far. And I think probably we don't want to bother to put this on here. If we do, we probably don't want to do it that way. Are we looking at everything we have in blue now? So the main thing we would want is a planeswalker. We want Jaina, of course. So, and we have enough here to realistically craft 3 of them. That's a lot, I know, but 3 Jace, not Jaina. Oko is, this Oko is still allowed? Let's see what else. What does this guy do? Text is really small. This Oko is the one that's banned. Okay. So now it's just a matter of looking. Let's see. I don't think we would play this, but I almost want to put it in the sideboard. Here's some cards. Alright, we will definitely want that. Definitely want this. This really is just going to come down to a question of how many cards do I really need, and how many cards will this actually be helpful with. Am I gonna have enough creatures, or is this gonna be a scenario where things are just gonna go bad for me? Countering spells. probably should have another one of these, but that would be expensive. How many has that got me up to? 70? Let's see. This is a draw a card with an escape. I could draw a card again. This is draw a card with Jumpstart. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of an experimentation here. We've got a lot of options, more options than I would have thought. This guy's probably not terrible either. What else? Equal to your devotion to blue. I'm gonna put just one of those in. Take 4 of those. Just going through every blue card. Draw 3 cards. Cost 1 less. How much does Sweet Oblivion cost? Well, that probably wouldn't matter because it's not an instant. So it wouldn't reduce the price of Sweet Oblivion, and Sweet Oblivion is already pretty cheap anyways. Probably want to get rid of this. Let's see. Looking at these other cards and seeing if maybe there's something here. Are these basic cards? I think we've got something here. It'll take some tweaking, certainly, but I think we have a deck here that reasonably would cause your opponent to run out of cards. And apologies to anybody who wants to just see me play. This is exactly what I mean about even if you do play terribly in a draft, by the time you've done a draft, there really isn't enough room to do a deck build with the cards you just got with that draft. See, we have somebody on the chat saying, young chap, hey. Suppose that's what he means is hello. With that, wouldn't really call myself a young chap. I'm not that young. Not that I give out personal information like my actual age. But suffice it to say, I'm past the age of college at the least. Gaining life, but entering the field tapped. Scrying. Is there anything else we want to do? I think we're kind of fine at this point. I don't think any of these mixed color cards are what we really need, and it would be kind of a hassle to look at all the mixed colored cards. So let's look here. Fae of Wishes, having 3 of those, and then what we want to do is put one of these in the sideboard. Did we do that? No. So we'll do it this way. We'll come over here, add one here, and then come over here and -1 there. And that should be good. Alright, we have Devourer of Memory. Whenever one or more of your cards puts in the graveyard from your library, it gets +1/+1 until the end of the turn and can't be blocked. I don't think we really need that. Because that would confuse the issue. We have 84 cards now. This just exiles cards from your opponent's hand. This just does direct damage, which is not the strategy we're playing. Let's see. This exiles your opponent's graveyard. So then that leaves us with like 5 swamps, which I think should just be islands, and then we'll put in some spinning wheels instead. Let's see. And spinning wheels would play this, but then I would need some white. I don't think we need that either. Alright, so over here, not looking at lands or combo cards. We're looking for, what are we looking for? The spinning wheels, yeah. They should be somewhere in this collection. Could take these instead and buff my characters up and then use them if I happen to need that. But I think the spinning wheels are actually more valuable if I can ever find them. Everything just moves around. It would be possibly nicer if the game just put some gaps and holes in where the cards you don't have are, so that things would be in a permanent position regardless of the collection. Josh says, "Oh, we are all young in some sort of manner, lol." Yep, I suppose that's true. Okay, then that puts me at 79. This would be sacrifice this card to draw 3 cards. So we could play this right at the end of the game. This gets rid of 4 cards of your opponents. 2 cards into the graveyard. Whenever an enchantment gets played. So how many enchantments do we have? 7 out of 60. Which I suspect that probably means these are not worth having. So let's get rid of those. This draws a card but lets you draw more cards if you exile your deck by escaping. This jump starts, which I think is better than this. So only have 1 of those. This puts cards over, that does that. This is a devotion to blue. We really only need 1 of those. Let's not keep that. And let's get rid of all of those. And then add 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then get rid of that. So that's 24 blue lands. There's still 12 cards we need to get rid of. This one's too expensive, so we probably should only have 2 of those. Odds are a little low that we don't need that often. These are pretty cheap. Having 4 of those might be cool. Having 4 of those. We probably don't need 4 of those. Probably don't need 2 of those. Let's get rid of 1 of those. What else do we want? Actually, let's get rid of these. And then that will leave me with just 1 more hard decision to think about. I think I want to get rid of that. Yeah, I don't think we need... Let's get rid of that. So, let's see. I'm just gonna call this Mill as a name, and let's see if this really works. Also, I'm going to get a ranked draft entry in the next level I level up in, which, okay, we'll use that I guess on Monday. Wednesday Brawl is happening right now too. Not that I played any brawls because they're a waste of time. Silver tier 3, or let's just play a regular game until we figure out how this works, because this could go really crazy really fast. So this is all about making your opponent run out of cards and having a backup plan if you decide to run out of cards. Let's see. So we just start, and then we scry, and I don't think we need that, and we're good. Meanwhile, we have a game on Steam called Underground Miner that's clearly an MS Paint graphics, a low effort Dig Dug clone, I suppose would be the best thing to call it. It's $5.99 discounted, English only. We don't have... Well, I probably should stop saying I don't have a lot of games to show or a lot of news, because I say that practically every day nowadays. And by the time like E3 happens, that'll be the point when I start saying we have a ton of news, and it'll be even worse because it's hardly like I'm wrapping up super early. Okay, play this, and I could put this on the field. And he can be a bit of a threat. But unless I'm gonna attack with this and kill this, which was fine, I can't attack with this. Next we have a game on Steam called Metal Unit, which looks to me like it is half selling on an anime girl and half a platformer adventure game. It says it also has some RPG elements according to its tag. There might be something here. I don't know. So I'm gonna put it on the fall list. It's early access for $11.99 discounted, English, Korean, Japanese, and Chinese, which makes me generally assume that it's probably either Japanese or Korean game. Maybe through the process of early access there'll be enough players. We see a lot of positive reviews already on this. Okay. Just gonna go straight with this.
This is all just an illusion. How you play the game.
Okay. Flying. And put more cards in the field and go ahead and attack with this. He has 5 cards in his graveyard already. I need, I believe, 7 to, let's see, to attack. And I need 4 in my hand to be able to block. It's a weird card for its many requirements. Oops. Well, I done screwed that up.
I'll have to erase that memory.
Let's see. Okay. What do we want to do here? Play this. Play this. What do I have it down to? Like 38. Play this. Play this.
Let's try this.
And this one can now attack. So attack here and attack here. Get a couple of these on the field relatively quickly, and then I can play Didn't Say Please. He's got 15 cards in the graveyard already, but it's still going to take quite a while. TechRept has an article here. Power slide into the newest Skater XL update, now live on Steam. So Skater XL is this kind of beta skating game that they're working on to be kind of like a Tony Hawk spiritual successor. But I don't think it's being funded by any like AAA publisher or developer, so there's a lot of chance here that it won't turn out to be anywhere as good as people are hoping it will be. Let's see. This. And this. If I get this up to 8, I'll run out of cards. I have 44 cards now. He has 28. The card advantage is huge. Each player puts the top card of their library into the graveyard. But this has flying, and this one doesn't have reach, so I might as well attack with this. So not only am I just powerhousing this guy and gonna beat him down, I'm wrecking his deck. I'm not doing a lot to his hand. I'm not doing too much to his graveyard yet. There's one card I have to get rid of his entire graveyard, which probably, since he's playing like a white-green deck, he wouldn't be able to bring things out of his graveyard anyways. We have this, which we could kind of just hold in reserve. Let's see. He's desperately trying to kill this creature. So here we go. A block there is easy enough. Do we want to block with anything? We can block with this, and that's not really a problem either. Sacrifice one creature. Level by Level Gaming is on the chat saying hello. Hello, Level by Level Gaming. Let's see. Then play this. And we'll play this. Oh, and by the way, since we have this, why don't we just do that? And then attack with this and this, leaving him extremely close to losing. 24 cards still left in his deck, so we could probably screw around a lot to try and mill him, but the emotional effect certainly has been felt as far as just destroying any tactics that he may have been thinking about playing when he's nearly half of his entire deck is in the graveyard. Yeah, Skater XL, when it comes out of early access, might be interesting. At the moment, I don't know if it's really in any kind of state where it would make sense to bother with playing it, because it's really early beta. And that.
Always an answer. 18
cards left in his deck. But it kind of doesn't matter either. because we just attack with that, and we've got a victory. The funny thing is, even if he tried to cast a spell, if he had something to save himself this turn, I have didn't say please to counter a spell and put cards in the graveyard. Well, that went so well that I feel like we should jump into ranked play with that and hope that that works in ranked play as well as that just did in that deck. Josh says, good game, thank you. We have a game on Steam here that came out, Fairy Tale Solitaire or Witch Charms. Another solitaire game that's not 16 by 9. I wish the engine that people use to make these solitaire games would update itself so it would just by default be 16 by 9 resolutions. This is $4.99, which is probably too expensive for yet another solitaire game, of which there's thousands on Steam already. Let's see. TechRaptor has an update to their article. The game streaming software app called Rainway on Xbox One was removed at Microsoft's request. Rainway is apparently some kind of like game streaming service that was in beta, and I don't know if they talked to Microsoft at all, or if they just kind of filled out the basic forms kind of in the way that Steam Direct games get on to Steam without anybody actually important or in power at Valve looking at the games, because this Rainway clearly, in part at least, might be competing with Microsoft's own services, their own streaming service, and so I don't know a good reason why Microsoft would have allowed that. There we go. So we don't have any gargoyles right now, but that won't ruin me for too long, because let's see. Let's see. Let's see what we do. There. Nope. Didn't do anything with that. Just got rid of more cards. I could bring out Jace using Fae of Wishes. Or I could wait. Okay. Each player draws X cards, which there's 2 X's, so that means I need 1. Do I want to attack? No. Oh, there was a story I forgot to mention a couple days ago. There was this company in Japan that was having people in Japan drive around a bunch of go-karts and dress up as Nintendo characters doing a real-world Mario Kart. This was in no way endorsed or allowed by Nintendo, and copyright laws in Japan are really, really strict, so it's really questionable as far as why they thought they could get away with that. And from what I hear, people in Japan were definitely not happy with the whole thing that was going on there. And so Nintendo sued them, and they're getting like $50 million in a settlement, which doesn't mean they're really getting $50 million, but they have to collect that somehow on the company. But it was a dumb idea, particularly since Universal Studios is building a Nintendo Land in Japan, so that runs just completely contradictory to their own advertising and such. Right, so I need this on the field. And then this can't really do anything. I'm gonna go ahead and attack with these two. Yeah, I think I'm gonna lose here. I guess this deck isn't so well-rounded that it survives. Probably does well against a control deck, but not an aggro deck, or a combo. Maybe a combo deck it could beat, maybe not. There is still something to be said about, even though we have 60 cards here all built around making your opponent run out of cards, that there's still plenty of time for your opponent to beat you, and so milling is kind of a white whale still as far as playing Magic is concerned. It's not really going to happen. Get this guy, get this guy, and resolve everything. Gamatsu has an article here. NIS America announces its PAX East 2020 lineup. They're going to be showing off Disaster Report 4, which I'm very surprised came to the West, is coming to the West. Langreiser 1 and 2, which I heard someone speak somewhat disparagingly of, so maybe it's not a good RPG, I don't know. La Milana 1 and 2. Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 3 Switch version, and a secret new game, so not a lot there, but NIS is certainly not the biggest of the not really the biggest of the video game publishers, developers out there, so don't really expect a lot from them. Let's see, Level by Level Gaming says hello to Josh on the chat. At this point, I should just be auto-passing. Odds are incredibly low, I'm gonna survive. Let's see. Come on, just auto-pass. Yeah, just take the victory. And we'll see if that drops me down in any rank. It did, it lost me a pip. So let's be a little conservative about this, and let's go back to regular play and see if this deck will work or not. Next we have a game on Steam here called Master Bladesmith, which is a VR game where you are acting, I guess, kind of as an armorsmith slash bladesmith, but also you're putting on the armor and testing it out. In a funny way, it seems like it is half Forged in Fire style game and a half just kind of asset flip game. The video itself, I think most of the time you are just going to be standing in one place, and then there's going going to be a little bit of a mini game while you're forging things, but not a lot of it. More than what Skyrim had, certainly, but I don't know if digitally converting the act of bladesmithing or blacksmithing, I don't know if any of that really converts digitally. You do have the benefit that potentially people who are not strong enough to actually blacksmith could sort of simulate the process, but you don't get any of the physical feedback or any of the like feel of the heat or the feel of the metal. And since blacksmithing, as far as I can tell, is very much centered around that kind of tactical feedback, doing it in a virtual world is probably nothing like doing it in the real world. I've thought about wanting to do blacksmithing, but I'd probably honestly spend about an hour at it and then either pass out from the heat or pass out from exhaustion. It's a very physically demanding process from the looks of it. But I do like to watch the Forged in Fire TV series every now and then. As for this game, Master Bladesmith, its early access requires VR and is selling for $29.99, no discount. And it has English full audio, which makes it just way too expensive. Yeah, even for a VR game, for what it's selling. Like, there is the possibility out there, certainly, that at some point in the future, a $60 or more style game would make its way to, what am I trying to say here? The $60 game would make its way to VR, and it really would be worth $60. I just kind of don't believe that to be the case for this one. Let's see. Josh responded, "Good day, sir. How's it going?" on the chat. Which, I suppose if they're both looking at the chat and they're talking to each other, I maybe don't need to read out what they're saying, but I didn't bring back the chat on the screen overlay like I had on Hearthstone. There was far too many Hearthstone episodes where that was there, and it was really just blocking the chance of somebody typing something offensive in the in-game chat more than it was there for a good reason, or that there was anybody in the chat talking. I very well might bring it back at some point in the future, if the chat starts to really fly. But also, YouTube has kind of changed how its whole system and chat system works now, so you can kind of get it toggle the chat on and off to your own desires, whereas that was not something you could do back when I set up the system originally. Let's see. Josh says, "No worries at all, just watching and listening to your gameplay." Level by level gaming said, "Good, I saw the Rydo was on and decided to hang out. I found him doing Hearthstone, but I haven't switched to Magic yet." Yeah. I don't blame somebody for sticking with something they like. And I'm certainly not going to bother to try and berate somebody because they're playing a game from a company that does a bunch of shady stuff. Life's too short, frankly, for that stuff. If you're enjoying it, enjoy it, and separate the art from the artist. I just switched over because as a streamer I was getting a bunch of people complaining about the whole Blitzchung thing on Hearthstone. Also, I wasn't really enjoying Hearthstone after 5 years of playing it too. I totally had my fill of it. Moving on, Gamasutra has an article. Astrobot director Nicolas Duchette is going to lead Sony Interactive Entertainment Japan studio, which we talked about this last stream, but it is certainly not a good bit of information that a clearly not Japanese person is going to be in charge of a Japanese studio. There's just a ton of room for miscommunication and lack of efficiency in that. Typically, if you see some guy come in to an existing studio and he's the new boss in charge, there's a good chance that he was just brought in to shutter the company, and so he'll slowly just lay off people and get rid of them. This article says it's unclear what happened to the former studio head Alan Becker, which also doesn't sound like a Japanese game. He spent the best part of the decade working on Knack, The Last Guardian, Gravity Rush 2, and Shadow of the Colossus. I could almost see how this not really even being anything about the current state of the California office taking complete control of the PlayStation. It might just be that they fired the guy in charge of the Japanese studio because of Shadow of the Colossus taking way too long to come out, and Last Guardian taking way too long to come out. Both of those games were severely delayed, and on some level, somebody must have not been happy about that. Why didn't I tilt that guy? That was stupid. Why didn't I tilt somebody? Well, despite that first win, and despite the fact that I kind of like this deck, it doesn't work. It totally doesn't work. I'll give it a couple more games, but yeah, just trying to mill people has caused this scenario where I don't have enough characters with reach or defense or anything else to keep myself alive. So I run out of my 20 health far faster than my opponent would ever have a chance to run out of his 60 cards. There probably is something here, but I probably need to ensure I always have the gargoyle and maybe have some other cards like the gargoyle that very possibly don't exist yet. Like, first turn, you kinda need this on the field. This requires 7 mana to draw 3 cards. Wow. So even this card is super expensive to use its ability. If you're just going to use it as a 1/2, I suppose you're fine. Gamatsu has an article here. Daemon Ex Machina is coming to PC on February 13th. The Xseed Games is going to publish its PC port on February 13th. It was originally came out September 2019 for the Switch, and it looks like it is a mech game, which not a ton of mech games come to the West, and not a ton of them are great. I did see a YouTube video talking about how the last few years in particular of anime seasons have not had more than just a handful of mech shows. Like, they've all moved to what they call isekai shows, which are getting trapped or moving to a alternate world, or a fantasy world, another world type shows, which there's just tons and tons of those that are popular right now. So yeah, mech, after potentially three decades plus of being a top tier style of anime shows, seems to have finally lost its audience for the most part. And as far as mecha video games, again, I can't even name one that's amazingly good. Again, I've got too many spells and not enough creatures. I need some defenders. Need to diversify my strategy. This is what I hate about Magic, though. It's the past a turn, past the phase. It just seems like it goes on forever. The experience I'd prefer the experience to be a lot more streamlined. Alright. Draw a card. Next we have a game on Steam here called The Game We All Have to Play, which most certainly we do not all have to play. You can take a look at it and see it is pretty awful graphics for what looks like a random assortment of emojis, for lack of a better term. It's $4.99 English full audio, and it has only 2 achievements, which makes it more than likely an achievement game in my book. Let's see. This. This. I kind of feel like the strategy here probably is to get rid of several cards that are getting rid of the opponent's cards, and then instead just try and mill yourself, because then there would probably be several more creatures I could throw in that would draw, that I could also use as blockers. Let's see.
I've got it all figured out. It's a matter of give and
next we have a game on Steam called Zulip, which seems like it's maybe a mouse game where you're just bouncing around trying to avoid running into balls. They're spinning around a circle. Looks very simplistic in the graphics. There might actually be some concept of a gameplay mechanic in this, but by the looks of it there isn't an actual full game here. It's 84 cents discounted, English only. Achievements, 64 achievements with letters and numbers, which definitely means it's an achievement game at that point. Let's see. Level by Level Gaming asks, explain an achievement game by your definition. It's cheap games on Steam that are selling themselves either by giving you a lot of achievements, usually close over, I would say about 25 is at the point you start to think that the game is an achievement game, particularly if it's 25 on the base game and there's like no DLC that would give you more achievements. Of course, if you looked at something like Borderlands, there's going to be more than 25, but then Borderlands is like a 200-hour game if you play it right, so that certainly wouldn't be an achievement game. Achievement games typically take, or at least seem like they're going to take, very little time. The other way achievement games manifest is not that they have a lot of achievements, but they are only give you one achievement that is super easy to get, one or two achievements, a very small number, very fast. The reason for that is because Valve highlights games that you've 100%ed. So if you get 100% of the achievements because there's only one, that is super easy. Getting these achievements to put on your profile on Steam is pointless and silly, but people still fall for it, certainly, because achievements kind of meant something, at least originally on the Xbox 360. I had a huge amount of gamer score that was the combined value of all the achievements on the Xbox 360, and trophies are a thing on the PlayStation, so they are not immune either. Let's see if this does something. Let's see. How many cards does this guy have? He still has like 54. Still nowhere close. Gamatsu has an article here. Bandai Namco has trademarked Namcot collection in Japan. Midkids trademarks and 99 Girls Boy Bullseye. So let's see. Let's see what they can break down here. Namcot was the brand name that Namco used for console games publishing business from 84 to 95 before consolidating everything under Namco. Okay. They also trademarked Taiko Pop Tap, which was also trademarked in Europe, and Starmass, which is often the abbreviation for Idolmaster's Starling Season. And unrelated to Bandai Namco, Criminal Girls ex-developer Meekage trademarked 99 Girls Bullseye, which may or may not be the original project published by Access Games, planned to be announced at the Anime Expo 2020 in July. Need to actually end my turn. So some new, probably not that important to know about games seem to be coming out. This is basically the second time I've tried to build this deck, so it would actually have a meaning. And I thought it might actually work this time. Let's see. Now the only thing you want to be careful here is to not escape escape too many cards. Well, they went my graveyard. I guess I should have escaped at that point after all. That was dumb. This guy still has 32 cards in his deck, so it's hardly like I'm gonna die or win. Play this, and then we draw, let's see, 5, can't do that many, 4, draw 4 cards, get rid of this guy's hand. Well, that gets him down to 36. But nowhere close. Yeah, just absolutely nowhere close. How many cards do I have? I still have 32. Or 30 also. So, yeah, let's go back and try and edit this deck. Spent way too much time on this. We want a creature that draws cards, is what we want. We already have that. We probably need that. We might be able to buff up on that, so we should try that. Take that. Take that. We've got some flying cards that also let us draw. Take that, I guess. Okay. So that leaves me at 76. And so then we have to decide what gets removed. I never played this card once. I don't think I need 2 of those. I don't think I need those. I probably only need 1 of those. Let's get rid of 1 of those. How much would this cost to craft? 1 uncommon and 1 rare. No, that would be a rare card to craft these. Which I have like 20 rares, so maybe there's something to be said for that. It's gonna be dangerous to do that, certainly. Get rid of that one. Get rid of 1 of those. Get rid of one of those. Get rid of all of those because that's not very good. And let's get rid of all of those because those aren't very good either. That leaves me with 6 cards I need to get rid of. These are kind of bad. So then that leaves me with 2 cards. This is not needed. And then if that's not needed, then these 2 aren't needed. So I'm actually below the amount. Let's see. And how many would this do? 3 wild cards, 3 rare. I don't think I want to do that. So hopefully that was a smart move, and let's play. Let's see. Looking at the chat, Level by Level Gaming said I don't play much new games, but even in my Xbox 360 PS3 days, I never cared much about achievements or trophies. I enjoyed the game and moved on. And yes, in retro gaming, especially when making comparison like NES and Famicom, you pick up on name changes like Namcot or Namco. Okay. Yep. I don't think I played or dealt with a lot of Namco or Namcot games. I was super obsessed with Nintendo and only Nintendo for the most part of my early life. Yeah. What do I want to get rid of since I have to mulligan something? Guess we mulligan this? Gamma Sutra has an article. 38,000 Flash games will live on after Flash support dies this year thanks to Flashpoint. I assume Flashpoint is a in-game wrapper or emulator for Flash that is collected a bunch of Flash games, 288 gigabyte collection. The thing I would say though is, in retrospect, while the Flash games were probably pretty entertaining for their time, I don't think they have a lot of relevancy. And it's a little sad to say that, but not a lot, because you had things like The Binding of Isaac, which was originally a Flash game, and it became so big that he remade it in a more compatible software that wasn't on the verge of dying, and I don't know of too many other games that were Flash games that were actually that good that people would have put in the effort to remake. They were always super simplistic games. They, in a lot of ways, I could make the argument that they gave this false feeling that you could be a video game developer without really knowing how to program in the right languages, which would be, at the time, even Java would have been a much better choice, but C++, C#, it's Flash games probably are a lot similar to what a Python game would be right about now. Not something that would be a final product. And it's so much easier now nowadays to get a free educational license for Unity or Unreal and do the C programming in that and learn that. It's way more difficult to make games using those softwares, but you make real games that are to the level of quality, or at least have the potential to be up to the level of quality. It would, in my mind, be very silly for people to go back and try and play Flash games when they are right in the same level as what I would call a RPG Maker game is today, or one of these solitaire games, or one of the hidden object games that we see dozens upon dozens of different versions of those types of games coming out on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, not weekly. We don't get dozens of solitaire and hidden object games every week on Steam, but we get a lot of them, and those games have no relevancy, and arguably an RPG Maker game or a solitaire game or a hidden object game is still probably at least a step or two better in quality than a Flash game would have been. And you do have the occasional game like ag.io that is a really simplistic graphics game that got really popular, but I'm not sure that Agrio actually got popular legitimately, or if it just got popular because some YouTubers and Twitch streamers were playing it a lot. So, yeah. I love the fact that they're being preserved for history, but much like the vast majority of what's in the Library of Congress, in the United States Library of Congress, most of the books in a large library, not really relevant, not full of a lot of information that people want to know or need to know. Let's see. How many guys does he have? I don't think I can attack yet. Yeah. So I have to keep on getting rid of cards. Next we have a game on Steam called Monster Energy Supercross, the official video game 3. I feel like this game came out a while ago. Either that or there was a Monster Energy 2 Supercross game that came out about 6 months to a year ago that was very poorly developed and very poorly received. From the looks of it, this one is not faring any better. The fact that this came out with no announcement or hype is extremely surprising, because it's not like you would really even have had to try too hard to make some headlines in the middle of the January-February slump. It's selling for $49.99. I believe that was also part of the problem. It has a third-party end-user license agreement. It says it has online player versus player and single-player content, English full audio, and several other languages. Let me see if this developer made the other Monster Energy game. Let's see. It made MXGP 2019, the official motocross game, which is rated very positively. It made MotoGP 2019. So, I'll resolve this here. So here's Monster Energy Supercross, the official video game 2. It came out February 2019, apparently. So it has been nearly a year. And it is rated very positively. It is also selling for $49.99 with a bundle that really bumps it up to $75.49. And yeah, that seems a little too greedy. Let's go back to 3. See if there's any DLC on it right now. There is one bit of DLC for $3. I guess they'll potentially add a bunch more DLC later. get rid of one of those cards and play this. So yeah, these Monster Energy games look too expensive. I wouldn't mind playing a motocross, supercross type game if it had a lot of variety in the events and the areas. It seems like a lot of the motocross games are set in maybe half a dozen arenas that all look exactly the same. Level by Level Gaming says, for me, Flash games were work computer time killers back in the day. I did run across some zombie based ones that were entertaining. Typically 2 hours to compete. Good stories held my attention, or something comical that snuck past IT censorship of the websites was nice. Yep. That's probably the best I think most people's experience would have been with Flash games. I didn't play a ton of them myself. Yeah, it would have been probably a little bit nice if I had worked somewhere where I could have goofed off on a computer for a while. But unfortunately, I was at least allegedly hired for my skills in most of my jobs, and thus they actually wanted me to work the whole time and actually set up scenarios where I actually did need to work the whole time. Maybe that was in my head and I was just being a workaholic. Like I've never really had a job where I could goof off that much. It'd probably be nice, but I probably would hate it also. I have a little bit too much nervous energy to enjoy sitting around doing nothing. Can't play that. Let's see, next we have a game on Steam called Tile Conqueror, which looks like it's a badly animated strategy game of some sort. Doesn't look that interesting. I had a thought for a chess game, and I probably shouldn't say this out loud, but a chess game where every time a piece was about to be killed, so say a pawn was about to take another pawn, it would then zoom in and retroactively start a chess puzzle of some sort to determine whether or not that piece actually dies or not. So instead of following the real rules of chess where a pawn would just die by default, you have a chance to save your piece, and perhaps by solving a puzzle or playing a small snippet of famous chess games.
It's a matter of give and take.
I thought that was an interesting concept that maybe would work. Although, in all truthfulness, you can only sell so many people on chess anyways, so battle chess is probably the most popular chess and will always be the most popular chess, simply because it was reaching out somewhat to a new audience by being comedic and highly animated for chess. And they kind of dropped the ball there. They didn't take that silly Looney Tune mentality and update the graphics at any point. And in today's PC culture, I don't even know if you could particularly make battle chess, because some of those animations might be offensive, a little too offensive. The king dropping his pants. when he's defeated may not be acceptable these days. I'm exaggerating, probably a little, but there's a lot of old DOS-based games that it would make a lot of sense that for them to
How you played
to remaster. Yeah, if they remastered like the Carmen Sandiego series, but the people that own that license would rather just license it out to people like Netflix. Okay, this is the better move. Then I'm gonna attack with this and this. I have 40 cards, he has 21. Let's see. Let's see. Level by Level Gaming says, lol, I'm doing it right now. I won't say what I do, but it involves a lot of nothing in between dropping everything and focusing on a service type call. Until that's done, rinse and repeat. Level by Level Gaming says, on another post, cell phone tech changed my boring downtime forever. I watch streamers and play Hearthstone a lot. Cell phone technology, yeah. Yep. I certainly remember when I got the Android G1, the first Android cell phone, and I was using that quite a bit at work to goof off, and my bosses certainly didn't like it, and fought really hard against it. I imagine a lot of jobs now have given up on that completely. There is a job I'd like to potentially have at some point in the future where I was the guy in charge of all the servers that are rented out by different companies, which usually is called like a colo, as like a collaboration, I think is what they're called, but I'm not sure. You have to be maybe even a little bit more skilled and qualified in computers and server and network technology to get that job. On the other hand, those kind of jobs you don't do a ton. You just make sure the servers don't explode or the power doesn't go out, and particularly if you're working like an overnight shift, you probably don't have to take a lot of service calls. And that was certainly a job that would never have occurred to me when I was a kid, that you could work on server computers, because even as a person who took a lot of IT related education, programming classes and networking classes and things like that, there still wasn't a lot related to networking and building servers and building virtual machines and things like that. Let's see. I didn't mean to do that. Well, will I lose in this next turn? Probably not. Because I got 4 more cards. So I can kind of make this guy lose in the next turn. Gamatsu has an article here. The PS4 worldwide shipments have topped 108.9 million units. So does that put it in a new level? Because the sales and the numbers of shipments are, well, shipments are different than sales, but the number of sales and the number of sales between like the Super NES and the NES and the PlayStation 1 and the PlayStation 2. Those numbers are kind of so incredibly far. Let's see, I have plenty of cards. So I should be able to just do this. And then let's do this. And do this.
Always.
Why didn't he lose there? Well, I don't know why he didn't lose, but I'm just gonna do no attacks and then return and win that way. With 1 health by the skin of my teeth. I think I just kind of want to play this deck a little bit more, and then I think I'm gonna realize it just takes way too long and it's not really worth trying. It really is just a white whale of a gameplay style. Level by Level Gaming says overnight service type jobs drag, trust me, been doing that type of hurry up and wait most of my adult life. Yep. I definitely know overnight jobs are not for most people, but my insomnia and my sleep schedule has always been more suited towards working a second shift or third shift type job, something where you show up at maybe as early as 4 in the afternoon and leave at like 2 or 3 in the morning, or maybe as late as 10 in the evening to start your shift, and then you work till 6 in the morning. I did work a third shift job like that, and the hours were fine. The problem that really got me on that was I was the only person in the entire building at that time, and it wasn't a particularly well-paying or good job on top of that, so there was a lot of other factors. Being a little bit isolated while doing a job kind of sucks, but also I was a lot younger when I did that, and I certainly think I could handle it now just fine. If anything, after having worked a job where I was the only person in the building for my entire shift, I've worked several jobs where I've had to deal with a lot of people, and in retrospect, dealing with people is way worse. And of course, I could never find the ideal job where I don't have to show up at all and they just give me money. It's like, I think that's just called blackmail. but yeah. Even being a YouTuber, there's always something that isn't as good as you'd like it to be. It really, really sucks as a YouTuber trying to schedule all the videos and get all that to happen. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and put that in the graveyard. And I'm gonna go ahead and attack with this. Let's see. Open Critic has an article here. Blizzard has spoken out on the Warcraft 3 Reforged issues and will be issuing patches. I don't know why you would really want to believe them, and honestly, if you can get a refund, I would say get a refund, and I would say you probably, if anybody actually did buy Warcraft 3 Reforged, we're probably being silly even at that point. People who probably should have abandoned Activision Blizzard a decade ago, frankly. Let's see. Let's see. Well, this would let me draw one card. Like, that's all this would do. So I don't want to really do that. I also certainly worked with a lot of people that were forced to work schedules that weren't regular first shift 9 to 5 style schedules, and they were horribly inconvenienced by it. That a lot of them had other family obligations, children and family members, and yeah, if it's not something that's normal for you, it totally makes sense. Also, most of the time there's not a lot of reason why most businesses even need to be open overnight. Unfortunately, for people who tend to be awake overnight, most things shut down, unless you're in a place like New York, a city that really never sleeps. What do I want? Otherwise, let's go ahead and attack with this, and this. Moving on, OpenCritic has an article here. The Wonderful 1-to-1 Remastered's campaign is a huge success. It seems like it. It was. Although there was some talk here that this was probably a game that was already in development, and so you're basically just pre-ordering the game, and there's a little bit confusion whether when you support the Kickstarter for Wonderful 101 Remaster, it says you get a digital version of the game. You might end up with a digital Switch version of the game instead of getting the version on, say, the PlayStation 4 or the PC, which were extra goals that were funded too. The Steam version was a stretch goal for 250,000. PS4 version is 500,000. Time attack mode is $1 million. And a side-scrolling adventure called Luca's First Mission at $1.5 million. It's a lot of islands there, but whatever. Let's see. I feel like this deck probably would still work better if it had some stronger characters to play. Let's go and put this on the field. Next we have a game on Steam called Pinata Attack, which the idea of playing and hitting a pinata might work well with things like VR. Although I don't know if there's enough of a game here to be particularly interesting. It seems like there's one pinata that is in several different asset flip locations, whereas you'd probably want multiple pinatas in one location more. This is $2.99 for VR. It's probably a decent deal if you have VR. But again, it also opens up the problem of a lot of VR games, you're going to be wildly swinging around and you're going to potentially fall over or hit something as you're trying to attack a pinata in VR. and you're not going to get that tactical feedback, so maybe it would just be more fun to actually get a pinata in real life. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Dragonfang Drawn's Mystery Dungeon from Degacia Games, which I'm not sure if they do good games or bad games. This one is mostly negative as a free-to-play. Looks like a mobile kind of Legend of Zelda. I think it's a roguelike thing where the levels are randomly generated. See, if it's free-to-play with in-app purchases and it's English and Japanese, I'd like to see why people hate it. Let's see. A review here says can't really recommend it in its current implementation, but the game design and gameplay itself is actually pretty fun. But they are over monetized the ever-loving F out of it. Literally every flavor of freemium nonsense that a mobile game might have is here at once. Stamina system limiting how long you can play, incredibly low percentage chance of getting anything good. The free array, incredibly frustrating chance based to upgrade things. So yeah, just seems like a huge amount of microtransactions in it. Let's go ahead and block that. I want to look at publisher Degacia and see what else they've published. We published Visual Novel Maker, which is a garbage software to let other people make garbage games. They published a lewd game, I think, called Nurse Love Syndrome. Visual novel. There might be a couple things here of interest, but not a lot. Okay. Discard the card. Yeah, there's several games here. The Umahara Kawase games is probably the most recognizable thing that they've published as a publisher. But also I think a lot of their games that they've published have been made by different companies, so that's a problem of them, Valve, letting publishers pretend like they were the creators of several different games that were created by several different people. They published the game Skyborn, which is a game I did a quick look on as a RPG Maker style game. So yeah, Degacia, not at best mid-tier quality, at worst a low-tier quality game publisher that sometimes has something that might be interesting. Yeah. Let's see. Next we have an article here from Gematsu. Hero Must Die Again launches February 26th for the PS4 and PC, and the 27th for the Switch. It's a fantasy anti-RPG, which I don't know what anti-RPG means. I'd kind of like to see it. The hero starts at his strongest and grows weaker as the time passes. Over 50 different funeral endings depending on what the hero accomplished. Interesting idea. Although I would argue that's not the opposite of role-playing. That's the opposite of leveling, so it would probably be better described as an anti-experience or anti-level up game. Also has 8 unique heroines to woo. That's an interesting concept. I'll have to keep an eye on Hero Must Die Again. I guess the name makes sense now. Let's see. Go ahead and block. Next we have a game on Steam called Stray Light, which looks like a VR swinging flying game. Doesn't look like it's much of anything else. Just a bunch of 3D objects. $16.99, English only. Yep. Pretty much unimpressed. Yeah, swinging around in a poorly designed, simplistic skybox is more than likely going to make you motion sick. Do that, I suppose. How many cards do I have? So you have 13 in the graveyard. I could do 4, 8, 12 right now and get rid of several of his cards, but maybe not enough that it would matter. Well, this would be good news from Open Critic, or interesting news if it weren't Konami. Apparently Silent Hill and Fatal Frame movies are in development. I assume that they will probably be in development hell forever, although there have been previous Silent Hill movies, so maybe it will actually make it all the way to release. As far as a Fatal Frame being developed and released in the West, I don't think it's likely. Clearly this is just Konami licensed their products to some desperate movie production house. And maybe the movie production house will be desperate enough to actually put the movies out in theaters. But frankly, at this point, if it's not a Disney movie, that it seems somewhat unlikely that it would get many theaters or many showings at all. Disney is trying to monopolize all the screen time and all the screens whenever they have anything in theaters, and they've got enough movies to almost always have something in theaters. Alright, well, this guy can finally be eliminated, and that's going to open the door. TechRaptor has an article here, the worst games of the 2010s, which might be slightly interesting, but it is kind of negative too. 2 Bubsy games, I don't think too many people would argue against that. Afro Samurai 2 Revenge of Kuma Episode 1, I don't think anybody would even remember that. Roller Coaster Dreams, Roller Coaster Tycoon World, and Roller Coaster Tycoon Joyride. I think those were bad games, so I wouldn't immediately argue with that. A game called Gene Rain. A game called Big City Stories. I wish there was more pictures. A walking simulator game, it seems, called Drowning. There we go. So I'm going to counter his counter And then resolve. I've still got plenty of cards, so I should be fine. Now, there's really no reason why I can't start attacking. There's a game called Heroes of the Seven Seas Metropolis Lux Obscura. A game called Troll and I remember that game coming out, and yeah, it wasn't well received, which kind of sucks because I was kind of hoping it would. The game The Quiet Man, I certainly remember that. Here they're getting particularly mean and saying anything by Lightning Game Studios. They put out their first PlayStation 4 game called Soulbrain Night of Darkness. The game was full of stolen assets, and the trailer soundtrack came from Ori and the Blind Forest. There was a character model from Terra. Okay. Moving on, there's a game called Farnham Fables. I think a bigger argument, though, could be made on their choices there being wrong, because I would say things like the initial releases of Shadow of Mordor or Battlefront 2 or even maybe Fallout 76 is a great example, but also Far Cry 5 is a decent example also. Right. We don't want to get rid of specific cards. I'll just have to resolve all that. Yeah, there definitely are more important games that were bad that had a lot more impact than, say, games from Lightning Game Studios that I didn't even hear about. You could, if this was Jim Sterling making this list and he put Digital Homicide as making some of the worst games in 2010, I would feel the exact same way. It's like, sure, those games are bad, but those games are not impactful. They were not expected to be anything. Where there's plenty of lists of canceled games that have to also be considered as maybe some of the worst games of 2010 because they just didn't come out. You could at least have a separate list to say we're excluding all the games that were just canceled. But there definitely were things that came out also that are bigger. And yeah, you could probably make a decent argument against you could probably make a decent argument against some other kinds of games that came out and just weren't as fun as they should be. We haven't made any progress on playing the black cards, have we? Alright, well, let's go back and let's just play some standard ranked and play this and do this. Yeah. Like, I could argue every single bad game on Steam that came out in the 2010s is terrible, or I could argue that Steam Direct is terrible as one of the worst games if I was going to be really loose with the rules. Or I could argue that the Epic Storefront is one of the worst games that come out in the 2010s. Epic Storefront and its exclusives has way more of a negative impact, in my opinion, on gamers than some terrible asset flip game on Valve Storefront on Steam. Moving on, Gamasutra has an article. The Sony Interactive Entertainment's VR-focused Manchester studio is going to be closed down. So this probably is in part related to changes that seem to be making their way around Sony Interactive Entertainment all across the board. What's funny here is that why would you lay off the studio when they just a couple days ago hinted at, if not directly said, that a VR version 2 was in development for the PlayStation 5. On the other hand, you could get a little conspiracy theorist and think that they shut down the Manchester studios just because of Brexit. But yeah, I don't know if I believe that. In other departure news, Gamasutra has an article. The Rockstar Games co-founder Dan Houser is leaving the studio. Rockstar Games being the people who make Red Dead Redemption and GTA, I believe. This is the last co-founder, I believe, that was still working at Rockstar Games. So it didn't seem like Rockstar Games, unless I'm just totally confused on what company I'm thinking about, didn't seem like they were going to really make any more games anyways. Like, once they got that online casino for GTA to work, they seem to have no more interest in making anything else. They kind of begrudgingly made another Red Dead that didn't sell super well, so that they could just throw in some more online microtransaction elements. Let's see. Rockstar Games is a subsidiary of Take-Two Games. But yeah, it might be a little controversial to say this, but I kind of feel like the Rockstar Games gained popularity through a lot of luck instead of a lot of well thought out planning. The fact that GTA got really popular, I think, has a lot more to do with it bringing an innovative new gameplay concept to the video game world in its early adolescence, and that gave it enough momentum to have people still want to buy and play GTAs all the way past GTA 5. Whereas if GTAs did not exist up until this point and you came out with something like GTA 5, I'm not sure it would sell particularly well. People would say it's a low effort copy of something like Zelda Breath of the Wild with just a lot of silliness and violence for no reason. Or they'd say it's a Saints Row clone that's worse. Let's see. Moving on, Gematsu has the Famitsu sales, which you can seek out, I suppose. We'll just see if there's any PS4 games that sold. Yakuza Like a Dragon and Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Otherwise, it's all Nintendo games, as it was, I believe, last week also. Didn't seem like the 2 weeks changed too much, but then the Lunar Chinese New Year stuff was going on, so I wouldn't be surprised if too much didn't change. Also, the whole coronavirus epidemic is going on, so I wouldn't be surprised if Japanese people are not particularly going out to shops and spending extra time outside just in case. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Yacht Club Games is hiring a marketing / community manager. Which, I guess if you're interested in that, that would be in LA, California. It would be kind of interesting to see what the qualifications and what it really takes to be a marketing community manager for a business. Like, do you have to have ideas, or do you have to have good ideas? Is the question I would have there, because there definitely are a lot of positions, it seems like, particularly in video game companies, where if you can get the job, you can then just really screw up the job and not do anything or not do much successfully. A lot of people that like to talk about what their job is or what they do at their job and don't really have any successes to prove it. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Android app developers have earned over $80 billion through Google Play. Now that is both a terrifyingly large amount of money and probably not enough, considering how many people have put out Android apps, and it's apps in total, not even games. Which that would be a different number. If they just limited it to games. And the bigger thing to take away from that is that there still aren't really that many good games on Android, and it still hasn't found any real foundation as something that could act like a console that would really present games in a good fashion. There's no special games drawer or games services that really change anything when you're playing a game on Android. Nothing's different. You don't even go into like a distraction-free mode when playing a game, or at least get offered that. Sure, it's your cell phone and you probably need to be able to take phone calls, but they could offer to turn the do not disturb on when you're playing a game. They could turn off notifications that aren't whitelisted when you're playing a game. Alright. Can we get Bola Citadel in here? Possibly. We need Vindictive Vampire. One Vindictive Vampire. And that's pretty much all I would need. Well, next we just, I guess, attack with this, and this. And why this card is not stacked on top of this card, I don't know. Like, because none of them have summoning sickness or anything. So these three cards should be on top of each other. It seems like the game is just a little glitched. Gamma Sutra has an article here. The GeForce Now, NVIDIA's implements aggressive pricing to consolidate cloud gaming position. GeForce Now is a way to stream for $4.99. First 3 months are free. Stream games that are a subset of your Steam account. It's not a separate account. But then Steam already kind of does that, so you kind of have to do some more research to figure out if it's really offering anything new. Maybe Steam only streams games inside of your local area network, and GeForce Now streams games around the internet for however many people that would actually be helpful. There we go. Victory. This person didn't know Bola Citadel can do 10 damage, obviously, because they could have blocked one attack and that would have been fine. There's some weirdness though with the GeForce Now ability though also, because founders of the premium subscribers will get priority access to the servers and will be allocated to stream for up to 6 hours per uninterrupted session versus 1 hour for free members, and to get access to the latest RTX ray tracing GPU based servers in the cloud as they become available. So in the back end they also put in some RTX graphics cards that are streaming this information. So GeForce Now might be something that would work for people with relatively weak computers, people that can't afford to buy a like 2070, 2080 graphics card, but still want to play PC and still have a large Steam account. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has another article here. Now is out of beta. GeForce Now offers cloud-based streaming of owned games from Steam and EGS, which I don't even know what EGS is. One thing about the $5 a month price tag is I think that makes Stadia look like a worse offer than it already did. Gamma Sutra has another article. Capcom credits the jump in profit to increasing interest in digital sales. Monster Hunter Iceborne and Resident Evil 2 and Devil May Cry 5 all being games that sold pretty well, and in modern times probably sold digitally a lot more than any of their predecessors would have. And I guess if you're selling digitally, then you make more profit because you're not having to make a physical product and lose money on that cut. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Fable Fortune is being shut down 2 years after its launch. Another deck building / CC collectible card game. It's another also dagger in the heart of Fable fans, I imagine. Fable's attitude, for I guess lack of a better term, the way they told stories and the stories they told in the Fable main games is something I don't think should disappear, but the actual game mechanics in Fable, particularly getting captured in each of the game and just being imprisoned for long periods of time for no reason, and a lot of just grinding elements those things need to be eliminated or polished. Also, it'd be kind of questionable whether you could even make a modern Fable game, considering one of the elements of Fable was the ability to contract STIs, STDs, and sleep with prostitutes. And I don't know if a modern if in the current day and era you can have that be a feature in a game. Let's see, moving on, we have a game on Steam here called Elemental Abyss, which looks like a positioning RPG game. Looks like it's pretty simplistic game. It has a little bit of polish on it, but it also looks like it might be a mobile game for it. Probably a cheap Chinese game if I was to guess. Early access, English not supported, $5.99, Chinese only, yeah. So my guess was not off. Not wrong there. Game Sutra has an article here. The first ever UK games industry census highlights a need for more diversity. This, of course, is an opinion right in the title, and thus this is an opinion piece. Also, logically, how could the first ever census of anything highlight anything? Like, you've literally just taken the baseline count of things. Unless you're trying to make an argument that the games industry census has numbers that are, or percentages that are way off what the general census of the UK would be. There's really nothing, as far as I know, stopping someone in the UK from making their own video game and making their own video game company. So it's just a matter of who has the ideas and who has the ambition and perhaps the insanity to desire to make a video game. There's no institution to have any kind of institutionalized like discrimination. Then I guess we can get into a bigger argument about, or question at least, about what does diversity guarantee you, and what kind of diversity are you looking for? Diversity in race, gender, orientation, all the SJW check boxes, or are you looking for diversity in thought, opinion, beliefs, which would frankly be more important, in my opinion, when creating something artistic, that you expel your thoughts and opinions and beliefs into. Even a diversity in experiences is more important than just what you were born as. Like a rich African guy that grew up in a gated community probably doesn't have too much of a different experience than a rich white guy growing up in a gated community. Of course, I'm talking about video games here, so I'm going to leave that argument at that point. Next, we have a game on Steam, a wild time traveling clone dancing. This is another one of these troll-esque FMV games. I don't know why people buy these, and I don't know why these are particularly allowed on Steam, but I kind of get it. It seems like they kind of try. This is $1.91 discounted, and it's bundled with, let's see, 19 items for $42.24. It's English full audio. So I can't even really make the argument that they are really abusing even the bundle system. Seems like they probably are just having fun making joke little games and maybe making a few bucks here and there. If there's any bigger scam around it, I them to recognize it. Next we have a game on Steam called Slaughter 3 The Rebels, which kind of looks like a PS3 era first-person shooter. I've never heard of this developer publisher. They want $5.94 for this, first person and single player only, full audio in Russian. So is this a Russian game that's actually a good game and not just a Russian troll game? Let's see if this developer's made anything else. No. Well, this looks good enough, although where's Slaughter 2 and Slaughter 1? I'm fairly certain I kind of remember a game called Slaughter, but it could have been a completely different game. This just does not look bad enough that I can dismiss it as a Russian troll game or just a bad game. So I'm gonna put it on the follow list, and we'll see what the reviews say. Finally got that daily quest done. Next we have a game called Pythagorean Complex, which looks like an awful MS Paint level graphics game. Free, so I guess the price was right. English only. Don't think I need to say anything more. With any luck, this will be the last game we play today. And yeah, it seems like we probably are going longer than I would prefer, as usual. Next we have a game on Steam here called Knockout Daddy, which looks like a beat 'em up MS Paint graphics looking game. Free to play. Does it have in-app purchases? Doesn't seem like it does, and it's English only, so I don't want to beat up on a game that is free, but definitely doesn't look like it's a quality game that deserves to be on Steam storefront. The irony, of course, is I always hold the Steam storefront in higher regard than clearly Valve does, because they're totally willing to allow any garbage, or nearly any garbage, on the plate for sale, as if that doesn't affect people's experiences, consumer experience. See, I want to watch this video and just see if it's YouTube family friendly, even though I'm not gonna really bother to show it. Interesting. Okay. Next we have an article from Gamatsu for the Switch Super Real Mahjong Love 2 through 7. Has a debut trailer. I think that's what that's supposed to mean, is version 2 through 7. So this seems to be a collection of 90s anime style Mahjong strip games that probably don't show you too much. You can see like a very, very different animation style than what we get these days. And I was for a long time saying that the current style is to do like moe animation style, but I'm not even sure moe is the thing that is in vogue now. So I'm frankly a little nostalgic just seeing that animation style and going, yeah. Although I guess it's slightly questionable where you could play your Switch while you're playing a strip Mahjong game where you're probably not going to see too much. Just anime girls in their underwear, probably, or blurring. Maybe it'll get them topless, and that's about it. I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what it stops. And yeah, if you wanted to really waste your time, play strip mahjong compared to like strip poker, which would be a lot faster. I guess that in part explains why there's so many strip style games that come out on Steam where you just have to solve a very basic puzzle. Is that they're just trying to speed up the process. A very simplistic slide puzzle or jigsaw puzzle. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called Surviving Medieval. Speaking of adult games on Steam, we haven't seen a lot. Again, that might be because of the Lunar New Year. This looks like a pretty bad RTS. If $3.99 English full audio. And this guy over here played this card that I hate. It yells. I don't know where they got the idea that that was going to be a smart thing to do. Have a card just yell as loud as possible. Alright. Next we have an article from Gamatsu. A tactical RPG game called Dragon Quest Tact has been announced for iOS and Android. This doesn't seem like this is a standard Dragon Quest animated game, though. The animation looks different than the previous Dragon Quest games. And they already were making a Pokemon Go type clone for Dragon Quest that was going to work in at least Japan, so now they have two Dragon Quest games that are kind of in development. That's a little surprising. Like they seem like they're determined to flood the market with Dragon Quest games. Let's go ahead and put that back on top. Next, and go ahead and attack those. I probably shouldn't have attacked, come to think of it. Gamatsu has an article here for the Switch. Kowloon Yuma Gakuen Ki Origin of Adventure launches June 4th in Japan. This is, I think, a dungeon crawler. Let's see, what is it tagged as? I don't even say. Yeah, I think it's a dungeon crawler, but I'm not even sure. I recognize this girl with this weird necklace. That's about all I remember about it. And it was only announced a couple weeks ago, maybe a few days ago even, that it tends to all blur. There's just so much that gets announced. Let's see. Level by level game, he says, gotta go, been good. Alright, bye. Thanks for chatting. Let's do no attacks. Gamatsu has the Famitsu review scores for issue 1627. So let's see what was good according to Famitsu. Bookbound Brigade, not good. Death End Request, pretty good. scoring all 8 with the 4 reviewers to get a 32 out of 4. Degrees of Separation, 31 out of 40. Gym Wars, bad. Hatsune Miku, 32 out of 40. Juggernauts, 27 out of 40, bad. Kunai, 32 out of 40. Real-Time Shogi, 30 out of 40, so that's not particularly good. And To the Moon, 33 out of 40. The scores, the way they do scores in Famitsu are always a little more balanced, I think, because it's 4 reviewers that still probably have a lot of the same problems that you would expect from other reviewers of games, that where they tend to give everything a 7.5 or an 8, but then it just gets even more balanced out. So if you see something with a 32, it's probably an average game, and that's about all you can really say about it. Let's see. Gamatsu has the EVO 2020 lineup titles. They've been announced. So it's going to be Dragon Ball Fighter Z for PS4, Grand Blue Fantasy for PS4, Samurai Showdown for PS4, Soul Calibur 6 for PS4, Street Fighter Championship Edition for PS4, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for Switch, Taken 7 for PS4, and Under Night In Birth EX Late CLR. Not to be confused with many of the other Under Night fighting games for PS4. Take note that there's a significant bias there towards PlayStation 4 games and playing the games on the PlayStation 4, because EVO is in Japan and there basically are 0 sales of Xbox consoles and not a significant number of sales of PCs for that to really be a thing. Probably should have been tapping this earlier, maybe. We have a game on Steam called VII or 7. There is a editor in Linux called Vim, and I think there's a spin-off of that called VII. And I knew that there was a game out there trying to teach people how to use Vim, which is like really complicated to learn. I don't think this game has anything to do with that though. And this logo makes it look like VU. Let's see. So it's a puzzle game, it's 59 cents. It's English and Chinese. So do I want to give this a chance, or do I just dismiss it based on its looks? I think in this case I'm going to dismiss it based on its looks, because every single screen here is not really showing any elements other than the main character. You're not seeing any enemies here, you're not seeing any keys, locks, boxes to push, nothing that would be an obstacle. So I'm going to skip that and not bother to put it on the follow list. Apparently I'm supposed to say no blocks. Then go ahead and attack here and see what happens. Next we have a game on Steam called Days of War Definitive Edition. But we can see it's mixed already. A lot of people are playing it. It looks visually polished pretty well, but if only half of the people are liking it, then it's obviously got some problems. It's $19.99 discounted. It's online PvP, which means I wouldn't play the game anyways. Let's see if we can see a reason. Let's see, after this game died, he killed itself. Can't recommend it in its current state. If the current version is how the game initially launched on early access, then I might recommend the game. So it's been in early access for a very long time, and it didn't improve enough to convince people that it was worth people's time. It might be a case, this is actually probably a great case of the problems with early access on Steam, is that let's say that they really did put out a major update and this version is way better than the early access versions. Well, the damage is already done. There's no way you're going to get 1,000+ people to review your game positively and get it up to even 75% positive, let alone the 80 or 90% positive you really would want. You would need probably 2,000 or 3,000 people to all positively review a game that effectively is old and unlikely to sell or be promoted because of its mediocre reviews. So early access doesn't really work for anybody who makes a game, except for people who are planning on not really finishing the game or polishing the game in a way to make it look as good as possible and sell and be a good experience. See, next we have a game on Steam here called Monster Viator. Is that how you would pronounce that? Viator? It looks interesting. Like, I could see myself saying it's just an RPG Maker game, but it's not. It's an RPG game and using its own engine from the looks of it, with its own animations, and it seems like it's a turn-based strategy RTS type game. Well, typically I would say no to these types of games, but it's $13.49 discounted. It's English and Japanese. I'm going to put this on the follow list and see what the response is, because this looks like this might be a type of game that feels like some of those original Final Fantasy games, with maybe a little bit of visual polish in some elements and maybe better translation and better story, if we can hope. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called El Tesoro de Isla Alacofa, which sounds like a Spanish game that's probably only in Spanish. It's a point and click adventure game that looks heavily inspired by The Secret of Monkey Island, if not a almost direct ripoff of Monkey Island. Let's see. Unfortunately, English is not supported. It's $10.19, which the price is not terrible, and it supports Spanish with full audio. It's a shame it doesn't have English, because I probably would want to play it. It also says this came out in 2000, so it's like a 20-year-old game getting re-released, which it probably would have been helpful if they re-released it with a translation, let alone a potential remaster would help too. Hearthstone did some of this, where they would have a choose your champion and you would get some rewards. Now Magic the Gathering, magic.gg, is apparently doing this too in partnership with Alienware. So you select a champion, and if the champion wins, you get 6 cards and a rare trophy pet. If they make second place, you get 4 cards, 4 rare cards, and a sleeve. You get a sleeve no matter what. If they make 8th place, which I assume is the lowest level, then you get 2 rare cards in the sleeve. So you're gonna get something regardless. So you probably should do this. Let's see if I can recognize any of these people. No, I don't recognize any of these people. But I think this guy looks intense. So, let's see. I would pick him. So, yeah. This is the guy I think I'd pick. Just for looking at their goofy faces, and that's about it. I guess also you should take a moment to notice that this looks like a female character, and I think there is kind of a somewhat higher than you might think collection of females that play Magic the Gathering, but it still is a particularly dude heavy series, particularly when you get into high competition. Like, looking at this, you have just one person. I assume this is a female. But yeah. Moving on. So yeah, going forward, if they're choose your champion style things, I'll enter them and try and get more cards until I give up on playing Magic altogether. Next we have a game on Steam called Spider Fear, which is a low effort asset flip game with a spider. Because I'm playing the game Snake Pass, I'm playing as a snake, but it's such a cartoony snake, I don't think anybody legitimately should be afraid of this. Afraid of it. Plus you're controlling the snake, so it's not going to do anything you don't want it to do, other than occasionally fall off the ledge of the level. Spider Fear is free to play and requires VR and looks terrible. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has another advertisement for GDC, although they are saying something that is actually somewhat newsworthy. They've added at GDC an arcade play showcase that shows off arcade cabinets for people to play. So basically that means they've put a little bit of an arcade there, which means that GDC is now somewhat promoting itself as a event for consumers of video games and fans of video games, instead of being a game developers conference where it was up until this point been really only open to people who wanted to be game developers and people who were game developers. It was the probably most circle jerky convention where everybody in the video game industry got together and like regurgitated the same thoughts and ideas back to each other and reinforced it, encouraging the groupthink that is a major problem. If I was going to try and tackle the groupthink problem of the video game industry, stopping GDC from happening would be a major part of that. And then probably I would stop some of the other events too, like E3. At the very least, when developers go to PAX, they're probably having to answer and talk to fans of their games, and so although a lot of those presentations at certain conventions really are just somebody getting up on the stage and preaching or giving a speech. Anyways, moving on, we have a game on Steam called The Hunted, which looks like a dark screenshot, low effort first person shooter asset flip game. Let's see. This is funny. It says that they got some information from this game in 2017, but then the game says it's out in 2020, so maybe it came out of early access. Anyways, The Hunted is $3.59 discounted, allegedly full audio on the English. Does not look interesting enough to put on the fall list. We have about 10 more things to talk about. So we'll load some tabs. Next, we have a game on Steam called Furious Drivers, which looks like mostly an asset flip RC car driving racing game. See if in the screenshots we see much variety. No, it seems like you're just going around the same warehouse, for lack of a better description, and shooting each other. It's early access. They want $9.99. It's English only. Yeah, doesn't look good enough as a car versus car battling game. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article here. The indie real-time strategy game A Year of Rain puts its active development on hold. So the game A Year of Rain, which looks a lot like StarCraft, is not going to be finished, more than likely. Let's see. Now, is anybody able to play A Year of Rain? Yeah, it's already available on Steam for $24.99. So they've been selling it in early access. Now they're saying they're putting development on hold. So they're just hoping people won't get this message and will still buy the game. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Spermula 1, which seems like a racing game where you're playing as a sperm. So is this tagged nudity or sexual content? No. Should it be tagged sexual content? I don't know. I don't know what veins or tubes these sperms are supposed to be swimming through, but they probably shouldn't be this long. So it's almost like a Mario Kart style game with the troll joke element of playing as a sperm. Let's see. You unlock some hats. That doesn't look visually polished very much. I think a lot of this is just asset flip stuff. Now the images don't want to load. How much is this early access game? $3.99, English full audio, but then a third-party EULA for no reason. It's also single player only, so it kind of falls apart as a racing game. So if this turned out to even be to somehow be a really, really good racing game, it still doesn't have anything but maybe local multiplayer split screen. So I think we have to say pass to that. And frankly, it's not much of a joke either. It's a one joke concept. Next, we have a game on Steam, The Dark Crystal Age of Resistance Tactics, which I thought this was already on Steam, so maybe it came out of early access. I mean, I already had it on the following list. It's $19.99. Supports a bunch of languages. This is a video game that's supposed to be a spin-off or advertisement for the Dark Crystal Netflix series. You can see Netflix's name was there. Well, people seem to be enjoying it somewhat. Not a lot of people, though. I feel like I'd almost certainly have to watch the original Dark Crystal movie, which I never sat through, and the Netflix series before I could play this game. There's only 50 unique battles in the entire game, so it's going to be pretty short anyways for $19.99. So I can't really recommend this to anybody. Yeah, I think it probably should just leave the follow list for that reason alone. But I'll leave it on. You know what? I'll wait till the next cleanup. But odds are very low that I would buy that game. It's too expensive, it's too short, and it has that added burden of needing to know the backstory of the Dark Crystal series. Next, we have a game on Steam called The Wild Age, which, let's see, is a tower defense game according to this tag, with some city building, it seems. Also, if this is a tower defense game, it really doesn't even look like one. It looks more like just a kind of cartoony city management game. Graphics don't look particularly good though. This is discounted to $9.74. Bunch of languages, allegedly full audio in English. Yeah, just not enough polish here, not enough of a game from the looks of it. Looks like you just ride a horse around places and well, if you look at this trailer, it seems like you mostly just ride around the horse. But I imagine you ride around the horse to places and give orders to build up the city and defend it. Gamatsu has an article here. Florence is coming to the Switch and PC on February 13th. The story of a young woman's first love. This kind of animation style that is, I would call it almost like a kid's book animation style, because that's basically the only place I've seen it is in certain kids book. Maybe you would call it a comic strip animation style. There's probably a lot of variety in different animations and comic strips, but yeah, maybe it would fall close to that. Well, this looks somewhat interesting. We'll see what happens. Then I kind of want to, this Annapurna Interactive is a name I recognize. What do I recognize them for though? Well, they've published several games, it seems, like Journey for the iOS. So yeah, seems like they've done a few things. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Soul Reaper, which looks like it might just be a RPG, maybe an idle game. No, it looks like a real RPG with quite a few people on your team too. Well, this might be something, or this might be a little too complicated. One of those Chinese games that just has a little bit of everything thrown into it, and then it confuses itself by being too complicated. This is early access. They want $19.99, English only. I'm gonna put it on the follow list. And we'll see. Then the final game we have is called Wide Ocean Big Jacket, which seems like it's probably a very simplistic story-based game. $7.99. It won the Independent Games Festival finalist. An excellent in narrative. It's English only. I'll put it on the follow list and see if people will play it. I might also make the argument that the independent games people, the groups around that, have a tendency to highlight some indie games while ignoring a lot of other indie games, and that's probably caused some problems in the past, and it certainly has caused some situations where certain games get more coverage than they deserve, and many other games don't get any coverage. It's probably inappropriate for there to be an indie award show of any kind, because then you're giving some kind of level of lack of independence and some level of free publishing and free advertisement to to an independent creator. Alright, well, I'm on the Humble Bundle store now. There is a Train Simulator bundle for Train Simulator 2020 with a bunch of DLC. And the average right now is $4.99 to get a bunch more DLC. And if you pay $12, you'll get a bunch more DLC. Remember that Train Simulator, one of the Train Simulator games, had like $1,000 worth of DLC on Steam. It was ridiculous. And I spotlighted Train Simulator and found it particularly bad. Let's see. And then that brings me back to my Twitter feed. And let me just scroll down and see if there's any important bits of news. Otherwise, we'll wrap up the stream and you'll see me on Friday, I suppose. Code Vein passes 1 million in sales under 5 months. So that's something I think I'll talk about on Friday. Just how Code Vein is basically the new Dark Souls game, Bloodborne game, but because they used an anime art style, it got no coverage whatsoever and just got totally snubbed by the Western video game journalists. And despite being totally snubbed and barely mentioned at all, it still has sold 1 million copies in less than 5 months, which is good to see. Improbable has purchased the online game hosting company Zeus, Z-E-U-Z. See, you can use the code PLAYTHEROS to get 3 booster packs in game. And there's an article that Magic has on Twitter for other codes. There's several codes. Remember for that brief week when we were getting games on Steam that was storing Area 51? Yep. That happened last year. And then was immediately forgotten. And I wouldn't say the video game industry is particularly well centered around small controversies. It tends in the video game world, if there is a controversy, that it gets talked about over and over again and drawn out to be a big deal, even if it really shouldn't be made a big deal. Very rarely do things just get forgotten, or do people just drop things and move on, which probably would be better if more people did do that. Let's see, some more games came out while we were streaming. We'll talk about those on Friday. But it doesn't seem like there's really any new news happening. Phil Spencer says Amazon and Google are main competitors to the Xbox moving forward. The Giant Bombcast was talking about how the slot on the leaked images that are supposedly these Xbox Series X would be some kind of memory expansion connector, and how the modern connectors may not be fast enough because the Xbox Series X is demanding a pretty high transfer speed. I kind of suspect that it can't be that high. A PCI Express Generation 4 connector to an NVMe adapter for an M2 type stick seems like that would work. Like, I don't think there's some magic technology inside the Xbox Series X that would be faster than, say, a Samsung 970, 980, 990 NVMe, whatever the fastest one of those NVMe SSDs are. And the slot totally looked like, to me, you could put one, maybe even two of those into some kind of connecting cartridge that would then be just plugged into the back to expand the memory. I would certainly agree with the idea that you probably can't plug in even the fastest, like Thunderbolt capable USB-C external hard drive and really expect that to be as fast as they would want it to be. But it also still falls apart as a concept if there isn't some way to, at the very least, back up your old downloads to an external hard drive. Like, no, they have to work very hard on the next Microsoft Xbox console to ensure that there is some way that one person can bring their external hard drive with a bunch of Call of Duty install data on it, and that installed data can be copied to a dozen or so Xboxes that are on the war front in the Middle East for the military. Otherwise, the military is going to reject the new consoles completely. And if the military rejects playing Xbox, you lose a big amount of your fan base there. Anyways, I've scrolled down as far as I can. There's no bits of new news. That's going to be it for the stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon. Or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.